Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitham Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitham Trigunarahitham Sadgurum Tam Namah. How she's manifesting through the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, and how you can have your questions, your prayers answered directly by Devi herself. So Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, is the cosmic mother. She is the source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. In the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself about the Cosmic Mother, First and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate starts with the mother. How to relate starts with the mother. Understand your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with the mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. And today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truth, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So let us understand what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. And Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Is when you come face to face with the cosmos. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being, as just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetimes and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is too powerful, super conscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan, and the moment when we are able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for us. So let us understand the science of Bhava Samadhi darshan. The first thing we need to know is that divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations, and divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavatara, the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi darshans in the Nijavatara, the incarnations. The Bhava Samadhi darshan is the science of the Nijavatara manifesting Paramashiva, this consciousness is where formless, the being of Paramashiva expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Achavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not yet mature enough to receive this higher level experiences from the Achavatara directly. The avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and creates the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During the darshan, the whole brain becomes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. The Akashic readings are not predictions, they are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the domain of time starts the past, present, and future. Because the Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. Let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, the cosmic mother, for the healing and blessing of each and every one of us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the survivor of Kailasa, a macrocosmic ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sabbatam, is the incumbent of the Vamshi Surangi Samrajam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kailasa Shamala Pita Sabbatam, is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akala, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atalakada, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharma Mukti Swargapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu pontiffs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, and has over 20 million copies of books, articles, and sold and read and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of discourses delivered, and has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures, including the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Bhagavad Gita, and many more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as a leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa Nithyananda Hindu University, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems, and is the founder and reviver of over 100 Vidyapitas, and is recognized worldwide as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be entering into the next segment where we will be able to witness the extraordinary Shakti of Paramashiva. We will be witnessing the live demonstration of the powers by the initiated disciples and Gurukul adolescents of the Nithyananda order. So we will be right back with this segment.
Ananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, Nithyanandam. So let us move on to the next segment, which is the power manifestation segment, where all of you are going to be witnessing the live demonstration of the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. So today, the Balas and Nithyananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, will be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through Diksha, initiation. So in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation and witnessing the powers of third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we will be demonstrating the following powers of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. The third eye is the cosmic browsing center located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye just as you would with the two eyes. The next is the power of body scanning, where one can awaken the ability to be able to see illnesses, diseases, medically diagnosed issues, and any problems in the third eye. So let us now learn what are Shaktis. So Shaktis in the Vedagamas, which was pictures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. Manifesting powers are described as a system and as a method in Hinduism and a science for human beings to explore the various truths and to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to the various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and that you need to manifest power, and not you are a man and you need to reach the divine. Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the powers which express through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. So let us understand who is the source of all these Shaktis. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-fulfilling, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. And as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakriya, all the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Bhava, and Nidra. Creation, sovereign maintenance, and rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberating race for all living. Karige Jesha, can you please? Yes. And let us now learn who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Paramashiva himself has landed down as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the 1008 living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva and the reviver Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is the great cosmic bodiless civilization. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatani Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced science. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. And for the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. So all of you might be wondering how Swamiji got initiated into all these Shaktis. By the Guru Shishya Parampara. All of you can see the enlightened masters over here like Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Pundi Swamigal, Tirnai Swamigal, Isaki Swamigal, Visari Swamigal. All these enlightened gurus who have initiated Swamiji and recognized Swamiji as an avatar at a very young age and trained and taught Swamiji to devise these sciences for billions of people to experience and enjoy the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Shri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham, and Paramashivoham. And all of you now might be wondering, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis? Okay, all these enlightened gurus can initiate themselves, but how can we, an ordinary human being, experience this? When just with the Diksha, when we have a touch from the avatar, a look from the avatar, or even a word from the avatar, we immediately get initiated. And when every ultimate truth, jnana, gets mapped into our consciousness, prajna, we start manifesting powers and it becomes a possibility for every being. Prajna. So let us now understand the science of initiation, the power of initiation, how an enlightened guru can initiate you into these extraordinary powers. Let us watch a small video.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda.
So let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths that are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this science. Next is the Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So let us now listen to the Shastra Pramana from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 11, Dharana 34. Kapalantarmanonyata Sishtanmilitalochanaha क्रमेण मनसो दार्ढ्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Shri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third. Bhagavan Krishna beautifully initiates Arjuna by saying, न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुं मनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. Translation goes, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. And the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Shri Krishna's cosmic form, which is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Shri Krishna through the third eye. And next is the Atma Pramana, which is from the life of His Divine Holiness Swamiji. So let us hear how Swamiji beautifully shares his experience of this power.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea, something is inside,
Yes, and last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study methods compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative state using the positron emission tomography, the PET. And when doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active, and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana of the power of third eye being manifested by the Balasons of the Nithyananda Gurukul. This rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by Swamiji. As a living incarnation of Paramashiva, Swamiji embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. And Swamiji is gifting this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation. And millions of people have been initiated by Swamiji and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their day-to-day life. So we will be back with the Balasons of the Nithyananda Gurukul right after a short break, and then we can witness the live demonstration of powers of Paramashiva by the Balasons and Nithyananda Yogis of Kailasa. Yes. So I'm back with the Balacents of the Nithyananda Gurukul Manitya Kaladharananda, who is 15 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of the power third eye to all of you. I request the slides to stop being projected. Yes. So all of you can see I have the medically tested eye band with me. In front is a completely opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge. All of you can see that there is nothing and there's no gap between the sponge and the opaque sheet, and there is no possible way of light entry. So this is the eye band I'm going to be placing on Makaladra. Makaladra, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. Beautiful. So I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. Just before that, Makaladra, I request you to turn to your right, left, up, and down. So all of you can see there's no gap between her eyes and the eye band, and this. So you can start reading the comments. I request all of you and encourage all of you to go ahead. Feel free to post any comments you want in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can post comments, emojis, numbers, letters. You can throw any challenges at Makaladra. You can even post like various emojis all together, and Makaladra will be able to read it out with her eyes closed. Yes. Theater WAJDA has posted Nithyananda with an Akashic emoji, and yeah. I request all of you to go ahead and continue posting your comments. Till then, let us go ahead and see the Facebook comments. Okay, we seems to be having some technical glitches. Yes, Makaladra.
Yes, Balakrishnan has posted 4 emojis. The first one is a camera emoji. Second one is a red color heart emoji and a smiley emoji with an namaskar emoji.
Amazing. Balakrishnaya, you can go ahead and post various emojis. You can even post 10 to 20 emojis if you want of various emojis, all random emojis. And Ma Kaladra will be able to read it out with her third eye. You can throw any challenge you want, Aya, and Ma Kaladra will be fluently reading it with her third eye.
Yes.
Yes. Balakrishnaya, Parato Vajdaya, you can go ahead and post any comments you want, and Ma Kaladra will be reading it out live. Okay, so that was a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. And now I'm going to be removing the eye band of Ma Kaladra. All of you can see the eye band is completely intact. Yes, amazing. That was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. So I request all of you to stay tuned for the next power, which is the power of body scanning and remote vision, which we are going to be having today. So all of you can go ahead and post any comments and requests for a house scanning or a body scanning in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And then we will definitely be attending to your requests right after a short break. So let us move on to the next power, which is the power of body scanning. Let us now see the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhatmante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source called Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adishakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. Next is the Apta Pramana, which is from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agastya for healing. Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies that the root cause of the headache is that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agastya immediately instructs his disciple Teriyar to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache. Thus, the disciple gained the name Teriyar. Next is the Atma Pramana from the life of His Divine Holiness Swamiji. And when Swamiji had a multiple compound hand fracture, throughout the whole incident, Swamiji manifested the power of Shushada, which is living beyond pain. Swamiji beautifully shares, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I forced to go for surgery, and therefore the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the power of body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So all the great avatars, these incarnations of Hinduism, are born as awakened beings. Even though they have the human body, they are much beyond pain and suffering. Last is the Saksha Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of Swamiji. All of you can see three of the disciples of Swamiji and the Paramashivoham participants have beautifully shared their experience of the power of body scanning and how they could manifest. So let us now also see the Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision. So the Shastra Pramana goes, Vyomakaram swamatmanam dhyaye dikhviranavritam nirashraya chitishaktihi swarupam darshaye tada. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, Vyomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitish Shakti, the power of consciousness freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one essential nature of the self. Next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism. This Apta Pramana comes from the Mahabharata. In the whole Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata, the whole war, the sacred scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, is narrated to the blind king Dhritarashtra by his charioteer Sanjaya. Sanjaya is initiated into the power of Duradrishti and Durashruti, the power of remote vision and remote hearing. And it is through Sanjaya's narration that the humanity itself has received the sacred scripture of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Next is the Atma Pramana from the life of His Divine Holiness Swamiji, who beautifully shares how he manifested the power of remote vision. Swamiji beautifully tells that actually this is from the account of the life of Swamiji. Narayana Swami Tata was one of the gurus of Swamiji, who was well known in Tiruvannamalai and to see remote distances at ease. One day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Swami Tata seeking help to find a thief whom they were searching for the last 1 year. Narayana Swami Tata turned towards Swamiji and asked him to see the whereabouts in the mirror with the Jnananjana applied and show the police officer. Swamiji not only saw the whereabouts of the thief in the mirror, but also showed the same to the police officer, after which the thief was caught red-handed in the same location as revealed by Swamiji. So to the right, you can see Swamiji sitting, and to the left you can see Swamiji's Guru, Narayana Swami Tata. And last is the Sakshi Pramana. So this is a cute sharing of the thousands of initiated disciples of Swamiji who have successfully started manifesting the power of remote vision after this initiation of Swamiji. Okay. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the live demonstration of the power of body scanning and remote vision being manifested by the Balasons of the Nithyananda Guru. So we'll be back right after a short break. Any one of you who want a remote vision or a body scanning, go ahead and request in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we will definitely be attending to your requests. We'll be back right after the short break. Yes. So now I'm back with the Balasons of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Maniki Brahmayogananda and Masoni, who are going to be demonstrating the power of body scanning, and I will be manifesting the power of remote vision for all of you. So Balakrishnan Ayya has requested for remote vision for his house. Yes, Ayya, surely I'll be doing a remote vision for you. I request the YouTube comments to be scrolled more down. Okay. Balakrishnan Ayya has requested for a body scanning for his chitti, his aunt. And yes, Ayya, surely we'll be doing the body scanning, but it is best if you can get the consent of your aunt, as it is our integrity to get the person, the consent of the person before doing the body scan. So yes, now I will be starting the remote vision for Balakrishnan Ayya. Yes, sir. So Paramashiva revealed that totally you have 4 rooms, 2 bathrooms, and there is one extra small room which you kind of use to keep few boxes. And there's a small puja room also. It is not so big like a room, but it is pretty big, more than a normal puja room. And Paramashiva revealed that you have pretty big windows in the living room. 2 windows are like completely attached to each other, and it's pretty big. And in your balcony, you have, I was able to see, you have 2 aloe vera plants at the corner of your balcony, and you have a beautiful view of greenery, but then after that, it is the main road. And if you come back inside your house, I was able to see you have a light hanging from the ceiling, which is in the shape of a you know, those like an alien ship. It looks like that. The light is in that kind of shape, and it gives out a yellow light. Paramashiva revealed that the moment you enter inside the house, first you have to walk a little, and then after that, if you immediately turn to your left, you can actually see the bathroom, which is like a common bathroom which guests and everyone uses. And then after that, I was able to see next to the bathroom is a TV, and is a TV and a small table, and above the TV there's a small shelf with paintings and pictures and deities and decoration items. Next to that, I was able to see a small room, which can be used as a guest room, but you use it as like one of your family uses it. Next to that is actually the door for the balcony, and then the window. Right below the window, I was able to see a sofa. Next to the sofa, I'm able to see a small shelf with few books and pictures. Next to that, I'm able to see another chair. And like if you go to the far like just straight across the chair, but much more farther, you can the dining table is there. Next to the dining table is the puja room. Next to the puja room, like right slant diagonal to the dining table is the kitchen. I was able to see some marble slab kitchen. The sink is towards if you stand in front of the kitchen, like the sink is towards the left side, and if you look straight, there's the stove. Above that, there are two cupboards. And in the kitchen itself, I was able to see another small door, which I was telling, which looks like not in the kitchen, but like right outside the kitchen, I'm able to see a small door, which looks like the extra, the extra room which I was speaking about. Then next to the dining table, in between the chair, there's another bedroom, and that is the main bedroom which we use. And yes, so this is what Paramashiva revealed, Aya. I request you to get back in the chat section and share with us whether you were able to relate with the remote vision or not. I request the Facebook comments to be present. Yes, I request the YouTube comments to be predictive. Yes. Okay, I request the YouTube comments to be refreshed. Until then, Brahmayoga and Masoni, why don't one of you go ahead? Yes, Masoni, why don't you go ahead and share your experience of how you manifest this power of body scanning? How do you feel and how do you see?
So I would like to share my experience of body scanning. I would like to share how I manifest this power. So I first close my eyes and connect with Swamiji, and then I ask him to project a body figure, and then after that I'll ask him whatever problem the being or the person is having, and then sometimes he'll highlight it wherever the problem is there in the body part. Or sometimes it will be there should be shown in the pictures. And when I ask him the solution, he mostly reveals in pictures and sometimes in wording also. And about my experience about the power of body scanning, Actually, when I was not in Gurukul, I was outside. I used to see lots of Superman movies, Avengers, Spider-Man, Captain America. I used to see lots of movies. But when and I used to think, and I used to dream that oh God, how nice it would be if I also could be about flying, moving a object on my bill. And then when I saw Balakrishna manifesting the power like Superman's and Superman, like how I used to see in movies. Then I got really inspired, and I also wanted to manifest all these powers. So after coming to family made my reality happen, and now I'm able to manifest all the powers which I used to see in movies. Amazing! That was a beautiful sharing of how she was able to really get inspired, seeing how it is possible for a human being to manifest all these extraordinary divine powers. And that was a beautiful sharing by Ma Soni. And Balakrishna Ayya has gotten back telling, yes, Ma, completely correct. Awesome. Yes, thank you so much for getting back, Ayya. And it is all with the grace of Swamiji that we were able to manifest this power. And it is not just a demonstration. Understand, all of you can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. Just stay tuned for the upcoming segments and you will learn so much more about this and how you can also get initiated into these Shaktis and how you can also manifest these Shaktis just with initiation of Swamiji. That is beautiful. Thank you, Ayya, for getting back. Balakrishna Ayya has requested for a body scan for his chitti. Yes, Ayya, I requested to get the permission from your chitti to do a body scanning for her, and surely we'll be doing the body scanning. It is our integrity to get the person's permission and then only do a body scanning. So you can get the permission from your chitti and surely we'll be doing a body scanning. Okay, so till then, I'm going to share my experience of how I manifest the power of remote vision. So, just with the blessings of Swamiji, after I got initiated, at first I was really bad at the power of remote vision. I'll just tell, okay, you have this many rooms, or I think it's this color, or I think it's this. I used to like just guess. But now, that trust which is developed on Swamiji, he is manifesting. It is not me. It is Swamiji who is showing me. I actually started seeing. I can see the number 4 rooms. I can see I can see 3 bathrooms. Okay, Balakrishna Ayya has gotten the consent of his city. So, Ma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Balakrishna Ayya. Balakrishna Ayya is on. So, after just completely surrendering to Swamiji and building the trust on Swamiji that he is the one who is manifesting, I could start seeing the numbers. I can see the whole house. It's like I'm walking through the whole house, opening each door, looking inside, and then it's like I'm walking through the whole house. And it is really amazing for me because I myself cannot believe that I can manifest this power. It's so amazing. Being able to travel kilometers and being able to see the other person's house is something really amazing. And it's just with the blessing of Swamiji I'm able to do it. And I'm very grateful to Swamiji for that. And it is not just a demonstration, like I told. All of you can also manifest it. Swamiji told anybody who has a head has a third eye. So all of you have a third eye. It just has to be awakened. The lit lamp just has to light. That's all. And Swamiji is the lit lamp. He is initiating millions of disciples all across the globe, and you too can get initiated into these powers. So you can just with the darshan, you don't even need a touch or a word from the avatar. Just with the darshan, a look from the avatar, you can get initiated into these powers. So yes, Ma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead.
So Balakrishna Ayya, I did the body scanning for your aunt, and Parashakti revealed to me that she's gaining on a lot of weight, and that is because first thing she has a lot of self-hatred, which she should immediately drop and complete with. The way she can drop it is by reading the Living Enlightenment book and doing the completion with herself, doing mirror completion with herself. And also Parashakti reveals that the food which she's eating is not right. It has too much of chemicals, and like wherever she's getting it from, it's not the right place, so she should change the place from where she's getting all her food. And also, for the next 2-3 weeks, she should be on Nirahara Samyama. She should follow Nirahara Samyama and eat a lot of eggplants and have a lot of buttermilk. Like, she should completely be on liquid except she can have eggplant. And also, she should start drinking a lot of buttermilk. And one more thing is, she has to stop going and lying down or just sitting on her bed after eating her meals. She should go and at least walk around for 1 hour or do yoga. She has to start with the Pratma Vinyasa Krama. If she starts following this routine, you'll see that she'll immediately start losing weight and she'll become fit in just 3 weeks.
Beautiful. That was a beautiful body scanning for Balakrishna Aya's Chitti. Yes, Aya, I request you to get back in the chat section. And with this, we would like to conclude this power manifestation session. We thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation session. And please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be witnessing and learning so much more about Devi Parashakti and so much more about the Akashic. So stay tuned for the upcoming segments. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Yes, thank you, my yoga prana. And with that, we'll now be moving to the next segment of this program where all of us will be learning more about who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya mauli spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam vibratim Saumyam ratna gadasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramampika. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion body, with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Arunam karunatarangataakshim dritapasham kushapushpabhanachapam animadibhiravritam ayukaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima of the rays, and she is the self within. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasandanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving wounds, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals how she manifests as the Supreme Point of Hinduism, as the Javatar of Supreme Point of Hinduism, and she introduces herself. Very beautifully, Devi Parashakti reveals, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashakti. The Kailasa Swami who is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashakti, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda I took Majavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranyagarbha Swarupini, Brahmandayoni, Shamni, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraji Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashorasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came down as Javatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Javatara. And Devi Parashakti continues to reveal, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truths blossom and to do good. Parashorasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at the moment. She is there on your screen, so always receive her very tradition. You can keep 2 wheat leaves, 1 banana, 1 beetle nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who might be wondering what exactly a coin is considered as, or what is its importance, why is it kept as part of the items to receive Devi Parashakti? So in the Hindu tradition, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina. It is given as a traditional offering in temples, and it is also given during other rituals to people, as well as when people come to your homes, you give it. And it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize, keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar, eat the banana, the wheat leaf, and the beetle nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple. Now, some of you might be wondering, what exactly does this beetle leaf and beetle nut do? Does it benefit you physically, mentally, or emotionally? So this beetle leaf and beetle nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshans for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And here all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can arrange the 2 wheat leaves, the beetle nut, the banana, and the coin. And you can arrange all of the items in a plate and keep it in front of the screen as you receive Devi Parashakti. And you can also keep the few additional items such as wheat leaf, some fresh flowers, kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and a coconut. But the 4 basic items is the beetle leaf, the beetle nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange all the items in a plate, keep it in front of the screen as you receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti. And we'll now be moving to the next segment of this program where we will be seeing what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic links for all of us on all the various problems that the world is going through today and how important it is for us to follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed. So we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a really short break. So please stay tuned and we will be back.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளியே, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளியே, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி
குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை. ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to your viewers. Now let's enter into this next segment where we'll understand some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity during this time. And Devi has been continuously blessing us, guiding us, and revealing many sacred secrets. Today we'll be understanding what Devi Parashakti has revealed about the sacred secrets of Hindu birth.
உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால்
ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் அசுரர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை எடுக்கின்றார். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தமோத்தம மனித ஜனனம். உங்கள் உரிமை உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Yes. Let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelation mapped into English. Listen, Andajam, Yonijam, Jalajam, Bijam, like this in 4 types of births in 84 lakh yonis. And all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth.
Even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times, after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, kama.
And those who decide of not wanting this birth, wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born to Hindu parents.
Yes, we can go to the next slide. So human birth is Uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of best.
Everyone who took this Uttamottama birth has a responsibility of protecting the signs of living enlightenment and Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And also they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
After coming to Bhuloka, by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all of their souls.
Understand carefully, I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma even by giving their life.
After getting the body because of painful belief, not dropping fear and greed. For those who forgot to protect Maya, who protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living.
Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Veera Swarga in Kailasa Padavi and Kailasa Padavi.
For any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them.
And Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth is Uttamottama, human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly all those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth. All of you understand.
And the first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living.
After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that, Maya, she will keep quiet. Let us understand what is the responsibility of Hindus as revealed by Devi Parashakti, why we need to revive the Hindu nation. As Devi revealed, it is our responsibility as Hindus to protect the science of enlightenment, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and share it with the world. Let us understand how we can do that through the Hindu nation, and that is the only way we can do that through the Hindu nation.
So Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition. It is an open framework model of civilization that stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, temple-based living, manifesting spiritual powers and inherent divinity of every being, and much more.
And the Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced so that enlightened civilization could be kept alive and its great gifts shared with the world. And as Devi revealed, this is exactly the purpose that we have all taken a Hindu birth, that we were given the greatest gift, the Uttamottama birth of Hindu Yonijam. Let us look at some of the references for Hindu nations from our Hindu scriptures. In the Valmiki Ramayana, it describes the Rama Rajya, the kingdom of Bhagavan Sri Rama, and the description of this Hindu nation states there were no widows to lament, nor there was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was bereft of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill one another. And the description continues on.
So people survived for thousands of years with thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees there were bearing flowers and fruits regularly, without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste were performing their own duties, satisfied with their own work and benefit of any greed.
And the description of the Hastinapur kingdom ruled by King Yudhishthira in the Srimad Mahabharata describes Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere. There was no mental suffering. Those without livelihood were given livelihood. There was abundance all around. There was no worldly worries left for anyone, and there was no cause for fear either. Happiness on earth was in fact even greater than in the heavens. So you can
And you can see the contributions of the Hindu nation. The Hindu nations had and has so much to contribute to the world in every field: enlightenment, health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social system, the judicial system, the political system, and the legal system as well.
So let us understand how our Hindu nations were destroyed over the course of the last 1,000 years. Hindu nations have faced continuous destruction, continuous attack, continuous invasions, and have faced destruction. Now we have not even a single Hindu nation other than Kailasa that is still standing with the Hindu principle. The first phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization was the Islamic invasions between 800 and 1700 AD. And this was the physical destruction of the Hindu civilization. And Will Durant, a famous historian, has described the Mohammedan conquest of India as probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars had recorded with great glee and pride the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, abduction of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam. Millions of Hindus were murdered during this time, and the destruction of the Hindu civilization during the Islamic invasions continues on. The description in the Islamic law prescribed for Hindus describes that Hindus are like mud. If silver is demanded from them, they must with greatest humility offer gold. And the Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is especially a religious duty. And the Islamic invasions cost Hindus millions of lives. 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by the Muslim invaders, and over 100,000 temples were destroyed. Over 1 million deities and sculptures were destroyed during this time. And the conquering armies burnt villages, devastated the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all castes, flagged them with thongs of hide, and carried them in moving prisons. This was a very brutal destruction, and the British occupation between 1700 and 1947 AD was a second phase of the destruction of the Hindu civilization, which was the economic and psychological destruction of Hindu civilization. During this time, Will Durant describes, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that the exhaustion and starvation are due not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another. And the British Empire also used all possible means to destroy Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the Hindu indigenous people of India so that they could be slaves in their own land. And this included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexing Hindu kingdoms to undermine the native rule, mistranslating our Hindu scriptures to instill feelings of inferiority. And the British occupation had cost much to India. During the British occupation, over $45 trillion was looted from India over the course of 200 years. Over 45 million Hindus were put to death due to false famines and imposed poverty, and over 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And Sachi Tharoor of the Indian Parliament has described, the British came to one of the richest nations and over the course of 200 years had reduced it to a third world poster child for third world poverty. The next phase was the secular India, the current phase of India, the destruction of the Hindu civilization, where it's ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies toward Hindus. And Nehru has described what a disgusting savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu Raj. And the first law minister of India has described, if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for this country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace to liberty, for equality and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. And this is, of course, one of the principal architects of the Indian Constitution, who has such a low opinion of the Hindu community. And during this secular phase of India, the modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine, suppress, and delegitimize the Hindu institutions and culture. And they have done this through many, many ways. The Indian Constitution has established that government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and institutions, while other religions are free from this interference. And in the secular phase of India, we've seen media narratives that have been used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus. And this is exactly what we see in Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets that consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt sex fiends in a manner that is similar to the British imperial propaganda. And these media narratives are used to shape human consciousness and the opinion of Hindus across the nation. And for this, we need to revive the Hindu nations. In order to revive Hindu nations, so we can protect all of what Hinduism has to offer to the world. Let us understand how we can revive our Hindu nation.
So during the time of Mahabharata, we Hindus had 56 deshas, countries, 200 states, 1700 samsthanas, provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas, which are traditions. And in all 56, we Hindus are persecuted. Now we have lost all the 56, and the last one to fall was Nepal. Swamiji says, I am the collective voice of all the persecuted Hindus. I will revive and rebuild a Hindu nation, built on Vedamic principles. And Swamiji goes on and reveals. And
all over the world. And so let us understand, what is Kailasa? The revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving the whole of life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world. Bringing legitimacy to all the offerings Sanatana Hindu Dharma has, and sharing it with the whole world, is the purpose of this Kailasa, the Hindu nation. And this is the whole purpose of what Devi Parashakti has revealed, of having a Sanatana Hindu birth.
And the administration of Kailasa. So Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be and living and administering. The politics, judiciary, education, economy, and everything will be revived as Paramashiva reveals in the Vedamic Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures.
So, being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through history books. So what can we do to stand up for Hindu civilization and all that it has offered to the world? Just as Devi Parashakti has revealed, it is our responsibility to stand for Sanatana Hindu Dharma and protect all that it has offered to the world.
And the preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is impossible without a national identity. So what can we do to save Hinduism?
Unfortunately, Hinduism is a political orphan currently, because there is no nation other than Kailasa that has political legitimacy of Hinduism. We must, as Hindus, reclaim our Hindu identity. We were given this sacred Hindu birth for the protection of this whole enlightened civilization in order to share all the gifts of it with the world. So it is our duty, as Devi Parashakti has revealed, to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma and reclaim our Hindu identity.
And if you are healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, and if you have a stable family, and if you have the best mental health, then Hinduism is your responsibility. You should a Hindu identity is responsible, and the Hindu
Yes, ma'am.
scriptures are responsible.
Yes. You are enjoying all of the health, wealth in your life. You need to understand that Hinduism is responsible for the success of your life. Hindus are actually the most richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. Our Hindu scriptures, our Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. The Hindu thought currents are responsible for this. And in the Hindustan Times, it was reported that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US, according to a Pew study. So let us reclaim our Hindu identity. It is not just anti-Hindus being active, it is the responsible Hindus being inactive that is responsible for this whole destruction of Hinduism. Let us now take responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity.
So let's look at the responsibility of Hindus.
As Devi Parashakti revealed, it is our responsibility to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That is why we were given the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth. And it is our responsibility as Hindus, as born and brought up Hindus, to protect all of the great gifts that Hinduism has to offer to the world. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity.
So here's an invitation to all the Hindus. We invite all the Hindus, the born Hindus, practicing Hindus, sympathetic towards Hinduism, curious towards Hinduism, wanting to explore and enjoy Hinduism. Please come and be a part of this great revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And you can do this by signing up to become an e-Kailashan at kailasa.org. You can avail all of the benefits that Hinduism has offered to the world and understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting to the world by reviving this whole Hindu civilization through Kailasa. So you can sign up today to become an e-Kailashan at kailasa.org. So let us understand what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has described as the need for Kailasa as the only Hindu nation and why it is needed for humanity.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have great things to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music. In every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected. Not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all these scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing this whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day over. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world a better place to live. That's all I have to say. thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge, whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution. காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி.
Yes. Now that we've understood what Devi Parashakti has revealed as a sacred secret of Hindu birth, why we have been gifted the Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, let us now conclude this portion of the program and we'll enter into the next segment where we will understand some of the various offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. As all of you know, Devi has been continuously guiding us and blessing us through this time and has been continuously showering boons and answering each and every one of our prayers. So if you are just overflowing with gratitude for the Divine Cosmic Mother happening in your life, you can stay tuned for this next segment where we will understand how you can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply and receive all of the energy and blessings that she has been showering upon us. So now let us enter into this offering segment where we'll understand what and how we can connect with Devi Parashakti and what we can offer out of our love, our devotion, and our gratitude for the divine happening in our life.
Nithyananda? Yes. Let us now see the various offerings that we can gift to Devi Parashakti. And these offerings are a gift of devotion, of love and gratitude to the divine. And remembering Devi Parashakti with the sweet love and gratitude, we can see the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti from the Manonmani Agama. The Dhyana Shloka says, Indu nibhaveda karava ninayanam syat pankajavara payajapakshara sarayuktam angahima bhushana vichitra vasanam syat tunga mukutojjvala manonmani swarupam. And this Dhyana Shloka, the meaning is the Devi with the moon-like face, holding Veda books in one hand, fire in the eyes, with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with Japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And this is from the Moola Agama, Manonmani Dhyanam. And another verse, Dhyana Shloka, from the Manonmani on Manonmani from the Moolagama. Dhyayet Devim Trinetram Shashini Bhavadanam Vedahastam Dadhanam Savye Padmam Varadam Aparecha Bhayam Chaksham Malam Divyaira Bharanair Vibhushita Tanum Brahmadibhi Pujitam Devi Meva Manonmanim Pratidinam Kamartha Datrim Shubham. And the verse says, I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes, glowing like a moon, and holding the Veda, the lotus, and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She's wearing beautiful ornaments. She's worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for action, all actions every day. And Devi Parashakti is adorned with gold ornaments and jewelry and various offerings of gold. And let us see the significance of this element of gold in the Vedic tradition. The Shastra Pramana for this is from the Atharva Veda, and it says, Tredhajutam janmanedam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapatata आपमेकं वेधसं रेत ahutatte hiranyam tridastya vaivishe. The translation is, triply born by birth is this gold, from the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was heard. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. And in the Hindu tradition, gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and in anyone who sees or operates in its vicinity. Gold is present in all scriptures, agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Rituals feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from the life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranmaya, the river of gold in Rigveda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So now, let us look at the various offerings, the various gifts that you can offer to Devi Parashakti as an offering of your gratitude, love, and devotion. In the verses that describe Devi Parashakti, she is described thus. One of the verses, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadharadhya Sharvani Sharmadhaini. And this verse says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there is any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here it is meant that the autumn of our lives, when our thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of the divine is understood clearly. Then the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. And in this verse, Devi is referred to as Shambhavi, the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worshipped by Devi Sharada, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. In the Linga Purana, Lord Shiva is referred to as Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadhaini is the Devi who bestows happiness on devotees, and you can offer any gift of any denomination in the e-hundi offerings, and you can offer your gratitude, devotion, and love to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika in the e-hundi, and this can be in any denomination and in various different currencies. So please offer the e-hundi offering as a token of your love and gratitude for Devi Parashakti. And you can further register for the Sankalpa chanting, in which it is the conscious resolution you make for Devi Parashakti, and you're blessed with all the fruition of desires and wishes that you're earning for. So you can make a conscious resolution. You can offer the conscious resolution that you make to Devi Parashakti with the offering of the Sankalpa chanting. And the Shastra Pramana for this, the verse says, Tayaitan mohyate vishwam shaiva vishwam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijanam tushta rudhim prayaschadhi. The meaning of this verse: the goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess being prayed without interest in anything gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. And all of these offerings are available at the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. You can also go to the website, the new website, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. We will be sharing the link to this website and we'll be walking through the different offerings on the website as well. So please stay tuned as we see the various offerings that can be made for Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sahasranama Swarnakasu, the offering of gold coins inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. This offering is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti, where you can offer a gold coin inscribed with each of the 1008 names, one of the 1008 names, and receive the blessings to have the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashaktis, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashaktis to be imbibed in you. And in the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi is referred to as the Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. And in this offering of the gold coin to Devi Parashakti, her 1008 sacred names are inscribed, one name in each coin. So you can offer 1 coin, 5 coins, any number of coins to Devi Parashakti, as many as you would like, and offer these various names and call her by her various names. And these offerings are available in 3 different denominations of $75, $151, and $251 USD. And you can offer any number of coins as you would like to. The next offering is the Mukta Ankuti, the finger ring with a pearl. So this offering can be made to Devi Parashakti. It's the gold finger ring embedded with pearl, and the significance of pearl and how Devi wears pearl is described in this verse. Let's see the verse. Muktahara lasat kirita ruchiram purnendu vaktra prabham shinjannu purakinkini manidharam padma prabhabhasuram sarvabhita palapradam girisutam vani rama sevitam meenakshim pranatosmi santatamaham karunyavaram nidhim. The meaning is, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And you can offer this pearl finger ring and receive blessings to be showered by her compassion and pure love in all of your business endeavors. And this offering of the Mukta Anguti is also made available in 3 different denominations of $251, $501, and $750 US. And you can make these offerings again at the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings and also on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. The next offering is the beautiful offering of the Golden Lotus for Devi Parashakti. And in the Kamikagama, one of the verses describes the significance of the lotus and how the Kalasha is adorned with lotus. So in this verse, it says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta kumbhavarana samyutam sarve sasutra vastradhya hema pankaja bhushita sapidhana puraschascha pakwa bilva palaprabha snapanadhyaya samsiddha pramanena samanvitaha. This verse describes that all the kalashas should be wound with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth, and they should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of the deities, or which involves the consecration of the deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras and asanas during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals, and many descriptions of lotus throughout the scriptures. The lotus is a divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is the lotus, and a disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, one who is about to bloom. So you can offer this beautiful offering of the gold lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life. So this offering of the gold lotus can also be made in 3 different denominations on the website tiny.cc/devi-offerings. You can offer in $600, $1,200, and $1,800 US. And it is also available on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering is the Swarnametti, the gold toe ring, which can be offered for the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. And the Shastra Pramana for this, describing the beauty of the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, it says, Nakadidi Sanchanna Namachanna Tamoguna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakruta Saroruha. The meaning of this verse is, you whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness and ignorance from the minds of devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. And you can offer this Swarnametti, the gold toe ring, to Devi Parashakti to adorn her sacred feet and be in constant gratitude for receiving her blessings, even in the most difficult aspects of life. So you can offer this gold toe ring to Devi Parashakti at the link tiny.cc/Devi-offerings or on the website Kailasa www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarnamang Tika. So you can gift the Swarnamang Tika, the gold hairline jewelry, to Devi Parashakti as your offering of love, gratitude, and devotion. This Swarnamang Tika, the hairline jewelry, represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. In one of the verses that describe Devi Parashakti, she is referred to as Sudha Sharabhivarshini, she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, that is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. You can offer the Mangtika to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. And the next offering is the offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the ultimate offering of gratitude and devotion for a disciple, from a disciple to Guru. This is one of the most favorite offerings of disciples around the world. And you can make this offering today to the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Nijavatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And in the verse, in the Shloka 83 of Saundarya Lahari, the verse describes the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails, which dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. And it states further that the nails that have been sharpened constantly by touching the crowns of and the Saundarya Lahari states the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is the darkness, and in this stotra, tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of devotees and when they prostrate at Devi's feet, this ignorance is removed and they attain the ultimate knowledge. They're blessed with the ultimate knowledge. Offering the Pratyaksha Pada Puja blesses the Yajaman with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda, Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja also at the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings, and also on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of Vastra Seva. And offering the Vastra Seva to Devi Parashakti, the offering of cloth, blesses the Yajaman with all auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and the blessings of Devi Parashakti. So you can make this offering also at the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings. Now we can see a summary of the various offerings that you can make today to Devi Parashakti. The offering of e-hundi is an offering that is made available to every person to offer any gift, any token of gratitude of your choice in your currency. So you can make the offering in multiple currencies and for any amount. It is your gift to Devi Parashakti, filled with your love, gratitude, and devotion. So you can make this offering of e-hundi. You can also make an offering of the Sankalpa chanting, an offering of conscious resolution for Devi Parashakti. And you can also offer various ornaments and jewelry and offerings of puja items. So all of these offerings can be made on the website tiny.cc/devi-offerings. You can offer the Devi Sahasranamaka, so the pure gold coins with one sacred name of Devi inscribed on each coin from her 1008 names. And you can offer any number of coins in 3 different denominations of $75, $151, and $251 on the website. You can also offer the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, in 3 different denominations. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower that adorns the Kailasa of Devi Parashakti. You can offer this also on the website in 3 different denominations. You can offer the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring for the lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. You can offer the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry for Devi Parashakti. And you can also offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the offering of the ritualistic gratitude and prayers at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can also offer the Vastra Seva, the offering of cloth. All of these offerings are available at tiny.cc/devi-offerings. Let us now look at the website. It is also available on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So you can see the website, www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And here you can make all your offerings on this link from step 2, which is the link tiny.cc/devi-offerings. And this will take you to the page, the gateway, where you can make all your offerings. You can choose the seva that you would like to offer. So you can choose the Sankalpa chanting, the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva. So you can choose any of the offerings that you would like to make to Devi Parashakti and submit this form to make your offering. And if you would like to make an intention to Devi Parashakti to bless you with, to manifest the offering that you would like to gift for Devi Parashakti, you can submit your intention on step 1 of this form, of this link. And you can also offer your Sankalpa, the names of your family members for the different offerings. You can submit the names of your family, yourself and your family members to be chanted during various offerings to Devi Parashakti. You can fill out the names on this form in step 3. So after you have made your offerings, please click on this form to fill out the names. And you can also click on this link for e-hundi and offer various offerings of any amount in any currency. So these are available in many different currencies and different denominations. You can choose the currency and denomination and make your offering. And if you have any questions on what you can offer or how you can offer, please post on the YouTube chat and we will connect with you to help you with any offerings that you would like to make. And if you're not able to get through on the website, please post on the YouTube chat, on the live chat, and any person from the Sangha will be connecting with you and help you further. So with this, now we come to the conclusion of this session, and we'll be moving on to the next session from the administrators of Adi Kailash, Sarvagnya Pita. Thank you, Madhya Swami.
Thank you, Ma. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this segment of. In this segment, we are going to learn about Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, which are Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugatam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. So what we learn from this segment? Concerning statistics due to the COVID-19 pandemic, what are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's Kailasa's contribution? Temple-based ecosystems, Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, some glimpses, and UN recognizes Kailasa's contributions and join Kailasa's COVID care protection center.
Coming to the statistics, the news latest that a 6 feet distance may not be enough to prevent viral transmission indoors. According to a study published by the News 18, that in Washington News, physical distancing of 2 meters, about 6 to 6.5 feet, may not be enough to sufficiently prevent transmission of virus carrying airborne aerosols indoors. According to a study, the results published in the journal Sustainable Cities and Society suggest that physical distance alone is not enough to prevent human exposure to exalted aerosols and should be implemented with other control strategies such as masking and adequate ventilation. The researchers examined 3 factors: the amount of rate of air ventilated through a space, the amount of rate of air ventilated through a space, and the indoor airflow pattern associated with the different ventilation strategies, and the aerosol emission mode of breathing versus talking. They are compared transport of tracer gas typically employed to test leaks in airtight systems, and human respiratory aerosols ranging in size from 1 to 10 micrometers. Aerosols in this range can carry SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19. And the COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, says the World Health Organization experts. Even with the emergence of the new COVID-19 variant, the Delta strain remains the top concern globally, appearing to outcompete others. Senior officials with the World Health Organization said recently, I think the Delta variant for me is the one that's most concerning because of the increased transmittability, said Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove, the agency's technical lead for COVID-19, speaking during an online question and answer session. It's doubly transmittable compared to the ancestral strain, which means that it can spread to more people. And in the United States, the COVID-19 pandemic is nowhere under control. In the United States, says the chief medical advisor, Anthony Fauci. He said, right now, we are still in pandemic mode because we have 160,000 new infections a day. That's not even modestly good control. In an interview with Axios, the US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. In a country of our size, you can't be In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have got to get well below 10,000 before you start feeling comfortable. The increase in COVID cases comes as the US administration earlier this month announced that it is planning to provide booster shots of the vaccine as the Delta variant has become dominant in the nation and is wreaking havoc. The surge in Delta variant is driven by the low vaccination coverage in many communities across the United States, according to the US Centers of Disease Control and Prevention. COVID-19 violent incidences and fatalities, January 2020 to April 2021. You can see the peak high that made the world less peaceful, and you can see the violent incidents spike up in April 2020. Prevalence of depression and anxiety remains high among younger adults in France. And the younger adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder during the COVID-19 pandemic. The age group of 18 to 24 reporting symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorders, 56.2, and ages 25 to 49, about 48.9, and ages 50 to 64, about 39.1, and ages 65 plus, about 29.3. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and a depressive disorder from January to June 2019, what it was in a period of 6 months in the year 2019 was 11%. Now, in the month of just 1 month in the year beginning of this year 2021, it rose up to 41.1%. And some more statistics showing the same, that anxiety and depressive disorders are more in the younger adults. The stress in America 2020, a national mental health crisis, COVID-19 is a significant stressor for most Americans. Nearly 8 in 10 say they are the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. And nearly 7 in 10, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. The COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19, 300 have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. So of the health workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak showed signs of depression, and 50% showed signs of depression, and 45% showed signs of anxiety, according to a preliminary research telecasted by the ABC News. The self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before COVID-19 pandemic, the depression was 15%, and during the pandemic, the depression increased to 40.7%, and the anxiety before COVID-19 pandemic was 29%. Now, during this pandemic, it rose up to 72%. The living under stay-at-home orders, 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work, avoiding distractions. And students are interacting most with patients during the COVID-19 physical distancing. Parents can support students simply spending time with them, ranked much higher than talking about COVID-19 news. The resources needed for college students' mental wellness, virtual face-to-face time, for high school students' digital social gatherings. The 55% of all students do not know where to go for help for their mental health. Nearly 82% of women surveyed said their lives have been negatively disrupted by the pandemic. And nearly 70% of women who have experienced these disruptions are concerned their career growth may be limited as a result. The global economic outlook during the COVID-19 pandemic, a changed world. The World Bank says that the pandemic is expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. The COVID-19 recession has seen the fastest, steepest downgrade in consensus growth projection among all global recessions since 1990. For most countries are expected to face recessions in 2020. According to the International Labour Organization, the COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile situations. The ILO is more aware than ever its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in the time of this global pandemic. And coming back to India, Mumbai mayor says the third wave is here. What to do in the September surge COVID-19 tells us that city's mayor has said that the third wave of COVID is already upon Mumbai, pointing to a sudden spike in cases. The third wave of COVID-19 is not coming, it is here, said the Kishori Patnekar, adding that an announcement regarding the matter has already been made in Nagpur. Speaking of the coming festive season in Maharashtra, the mayor urged people to remain in their homes. Mandals have been asked to allow only 10 people and have them work in shifts, he said. The breakthrough infections found in 25% of health staff. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated, a recent study has revealed. Giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to the Delta variant, this study is jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology and Max Hospital in Delhi NCR found that vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. COVID-19 variant Mu shows signs of vaccine resistance. The new coronavirus, known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. After being detected in Colombia, Mu, known scientifically as B.1.621, has since been reported in other South American countries and in Europe. The Mu variant has a constellation of mutations that indicate potential properties of immune escape. The Global Health Body said recently on its weekly pandemic. Join the COVID Care Protection Center. Register now through the link below. Kailasa, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Making peace with nature is possible. If we start now, making peace with the nature is possible. If we start now. Even amid pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, and economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the sustainable developmental goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. The World Health Organization General Director Dr. Tedros said, health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the General Director, there cannot be a health without peace, and there cannot be a peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal and grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust, and health emergency concerns. Affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitement to violence. The World Health Organization's Health and Peace Initiative menu of health and peace interventions reinforcing equitable access to health services, mental health and psychological support, support to resolvement, demobilization, reintegration, community violence reduction, cross-line technical cooperation, mediation and diplomatic engagement, and inclusive participatory health governance. On the day of International Day of Yoga, the United Nations declared the theme for 2021 is Yoga for Well-being. The day will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, and the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various forms in many countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimension of the pandemic. In addition to the physical health aspects, the message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well-being of humanity more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic, and yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It's particularly helpful in allaying their fears and anxiety. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. United Nations Institute of Peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global events. As the humanitarian economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel a new conflict around the world, while stemming prospects for resolving ongoing ones. Sustainable Developmental Goals, the UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practice that can ease stress of our modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world, to promote not only healthy lifestyles, but to promote peace and security in the world, said Dr. Nata Menabde, Executive Director of the New York Office of World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation Yoga for Health. Stronger health systems and universal health coverage must be a priority. For the first time in 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat, regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, and private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits and opportunities for all. Food system whole key to ending world hunger. Effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, the UN has noted a dramatic increase in world hunger. According to the state of food security and nutrition in the world, 1/10 of the global population, as many as 811 million people, were undernourished in 2020, an increase in 108 million from 2019. According to the EAT Lancet Commission, moving toward diets with a diversity of plant-based food, low amounts of animal source foods, unsaturated rather than the saturated fats, the limited amounts of refined grains, highly processed food and added sugars could prevent between 19 to 24% of all adult deaths each year. International peace and security. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and the prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to a UN report, in the year 2019 alone, about 55% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involve the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflicts, making it difficult for policymakers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. In the Vedic tradition, beautifully describes that yastu sarvani bhutani atmani ivana pushyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona viguguptate. Ishavasya Upanishad verse 6. That means the inner peace leads to world peace. Now let's understand the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism towards the global peace and towards this pandemic. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says the self-transformation is the key secret to achieve the global peace.
Social answer means I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was wonderful. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing the accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me. Every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. So no revolution is going to help, because in the last 2000 years 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. that will help you and society some way. So
Now, let us listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that Sri Kailas is all about peace-based powerfulness.
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material.
Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully.
Now let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism that every prayer in Hinduism ends with peace, and every Hindu responsibility to take the global peace.
Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the ideal of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study. Google and study. Take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the Supreme Pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge and then let them send a challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace. Let us start working for global peace instead of just talking. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. This is the message. The work we do will talk for us. The talk we do will not work for us. Global peace is responsibility of Hindus. We living, practicing Hindus, not only we should achieve the individual peace through unclutching yoga, meditation, we should also create an ecosystem where the global peace starts manifesting. This Kailasa Hindu micronation is the enlightenment ecosystem. I request every living, practicing Hindu to manifest, do it. So the global peace can manifest from these Kailasa Hindu micronations all over the world. Hindus have the responsibility. Hindus have the responsibility.
Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks and nuns and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconsciousness breakthrough to humanity. It is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's mission to revive a conscious world where the global issues at the climate, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotion have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. The life solutions based on the ancient Hindu tradition, the meditation and yoga techniques from the scriptures, the cognitions rooted in the highest truths, the lifestyle based on living and radiating higher values of life, and powerful way of living and realizing one's ultimate potential form the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. The scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate of participation in the meditation and completion techniques in 1976. It was found that when 1% of a community practiced meditation pujas, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on an average. The current day tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged. Include all the events, programs, and festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes out to be a staggering 409 billion minutes for peace so far. You can see the pictures here where about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in a 48-day meditation program called Shuddhatvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism hosted Kumbh Mela in the United States in Los Angeles since 2007. Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for the world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives saving others on September 11, 2001 at Irvine, California, USA. The second conference for peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga, and other organizations. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in 2009 organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling, connection, and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted a large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness and awareness of peace. One of the greatest contributions the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing is initiating thousands into sannyas. Sannyas is our social responsibility. Let us save Hinduism and humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds and hundreds of people into Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best thing to human civilization, living their life with the cognition that life is for others. These monks and nuns act as harbingers of peace and empowerment for the human society distraught with the violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, the spiritual journeys, taking spiritual aspirants to a high energy sacred spots such as the Himalayas, Kailasa, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and various powerful temples of India. Even though prevalent in India, this practice is rapidly losing its original context, turning into a recreational family vacation. Reviving the original spiritual context, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made it possible for modern day human beings to benefit from the spiritual energy present at these centers and accelerate their journey of spiritual evolution, hence ensuring individuals and collective peace as a natural consequence. Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconsciousness breakthrough, No Hunger Project, that is under the Red Om, launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Through Annalaya's food donation centers, the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa worldwide, under the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, have served over 2 million organic sattvic vegetarian meals so far. Giving free food to all the citizens is the economic policy of Kailasa, deriving the reference from Vedas and Agamas. Recently, The humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa's COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into a multi-layer facility to safeguard the minutes against any possible point of contact with the outer world. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food and shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, free of cost and for an indefinite time. The outcome has been splendid. The zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. This response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with the guidelines and recommendations for government, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. Now let us see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contribution is the Kailasa's de facto spiritual centers are the temple-based. Why the temple-based? What are the signs of temple sciences? Let's listen from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains about the signs of temples.
People not belonging to this culture knows little about this particular Meenakshi temple. Please tell us who is Devi Meenakshi and her husband. Why this grand temple? What are the visible and invisible functions of this temple? Please tell us, Swamiji.
Read the next question also.
As we see in our present time, towers of mobile, TV or dish TV antennas everywhere connecting invisibility to satellites, doing an incredible function for individuals and for society. My question is, there is and was everywhere temples and deities in this culture. Anybody coming from outside just wonder, is this just sentimental carved stones, worshipping culture or just artistic sculpture? What is the invisible function of temples, deities?
See, both questions, same answer. That is the reason I wanted to answer both the questions together. Modern day dish TVs, antennas, mobile towers, all of them work in the level of certain frequency where the words, pictures, visuals can be transmitted. See, the verbalization and visualization, names and forms can be transmitted from one place to another place through these mobile towers, dish TV antennas. But the temple towers are created to transmit super consciousness from one place to another place. Please understand, in Meenakshi's time, there was television, conscious television. It used to be in stone slab, and if you just sit in front of that stone TV, meditate, connect with Meenakshi, she will appear live and answer whatever you want. So each of the stone slabs only slowly later on became deities. You can see in our temples this happening. The TVs in which I am appearing and speaking are slowly becoming deities. They are receiving worship. Flowers are offered to it. Aarti is done to it. Incense is given to it. Now, all our temples are planning to have a separate throne for this TV. In Los Angeles, already I am on the throne. The TV is in the throne. The TV, in which people are seeing me, have already become deity. Same way, please understand, the stones through which
people were able to connect with the super consciousness, have become deities. Same way, all our temples, deities, everything is a connecting mechanism with super consciousness. The mechanism which connects with the super consciousness. Please understand, the deities and temples are not just sentimental carved stones, or they are not just artistic sculptures, they are conscious transmitters. They raise you to the super consciousness. In each house in Vedic tradition, we have a puja room. All the puja rooms are your private conscious airport, are conscious transmission centers. The main temple is the place from where continuous super consciousness is radiating. So if you just sit and connect with a deep feeling connection, see, in those days human beings were so beautiful and simple. Just remembering the name of the deity is enough. They are already in connection with the deity. That feeling connection. When I read Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, it says, sit in Siddhasana and be in Samadhi. That's all. So the human beings were so simple in those days. Just if you sit in Siddhasana, you are already in Samadhi. If you sit, your mind sits. Now, if you sit, your mind sits. Mind is completely away from the body. In those days, human beings were so simple and intelligent. All the non-mechanical parts of their brain were awakened. It is Western culture which killed the non-mechanical parts of the brain, the functions of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. Please understand, in the Vedic civilization, always human beings were brought up in such a way that non-mechanical parts of the brain was fully alive and awakened. It is a cultural invasion, destroyed the greatest possibility of the human being when the non-mechanical parts of the brain is not functioning anymore. The temples, deities, all these are looking useless. Otherwise, they are a huge conscious infrastructure. Please understand. One example, suddenly, if we find some method to travel just 20 feet above the air, or 30 feet above the air, without petrol or diesel, all our automobiles, roads, everything will become useless. Then you will wonder, why so many automobile industries are established? Why so many cars are produced? Why this huge road waste? I think our ancestors are fools. You don't understand. At one period, it was used. It was being useful. Our temples, our deities, all these are useful if all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened. Unclutching is the process to awaken your non-mechanical parts of the brain.
when your non-mechanical parts of the brain is awakened, you will understand temples, deities, how useful they are, how directly useful they are, how they are part of our life, how they enrich our life, and how they make human beings intelligent, enlightened. These are the methods created to create enlightened civilization. These grand temples are not built as an just monument. They are built as a conscious movement. It is not like conscious movement to raise human beings to the highest consciousness, to make human beings experience the highest purpose. Understand, unclutch, use the temples to achieve the highest consciousness.
Now, let us see the revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti. On 12th May 2021, Devi revealed that the cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies' rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower, allow people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidya Sarovar, they will not have death and they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line and every day they will come and dip in Ananda Lingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi revealed that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nijavatara without confusion and without talking just as lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Crores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana, water, feast, and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, the ship is there. On 14th May 2021, Devi revealed that whoever comes to Adi Kailasa and does the good work of serving people from deadly corona, I myself will do all of their life work. This is a commitment Paramashakti is giving you all. Parameshwari, I will do what I say. On 19th May 2021, Devi revealed that to save people from corona, I have set up a huge ship, Ananda Sarovar. I have made it in Adi Kailasa. Go there, take water every day, worship Ananda Lingam. Water, turmeric, milk, and neem rasan showered on Navapashanam are medicines for these. The doors of Adi Kailasa will be open for all those who come with trust. It will protect body and will give conscious health. It will also give highest powers, dharma, artha, moksha, jnana, power and kama and God beyond the kama. Adi Kailasa life will give all the goodness. On 31st May 2021, Devi revealed that the hell of Krimi Bhojanam mentioned by Vyasa in Garuda Puranam has opened and is directly falling on India as thunder. Running to Adi Kailasa and preventing it is the only way. I have opened Adi Kailasa For those who want to save their lives, all of you run to Adi Kailasa. On 11th June 2021, Devi revealed that drop the foolish mind with the business motive of bargaining and attain surrender and go to Adi Kailasa, be in Adi Kailasa, I will do good to you. On 18th May 2021, Devi revealed that for saving your life, go to Adi Kailasa, best life is there. Before Corona takes your life away, go to Adi Kailasa and save your life. On 5th July 2021, Devi revealed that the soil of Adi Kailasa is the Sarva Roga Nivarini, cure for all diseases. For all the diseases in the world, Paramashakti, myself taking the form of Nithyananda as Nija Avatara, walking there barefoot for many years, manifesting of all powers, the very soil was converted into great medicine that solves all the karmas. Taking soil of Adi Kailas and mixing it with the water of Navapashana Linga of Vaidya Sarovar, and by applying it, all pains will vanish. Breaking the attachment to body, it will make you enlightened. Goodness is there. I told the truth. Go to Adi Kailasa. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened the doors to all without exception. And there are many of these centers are Adi Kailas, Salem, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalam, Puduvai, Srirangapadi, Sripuram, Madurai, and Avattipalam, Hosur, Baroda. They are all from Bangalore, Tamil Nadu, Hyderabad, Gujarat, and Pondicherry. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of the COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. Various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India, and cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India are medical care, allopathy, Ayurvedic, and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, and accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, and emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, and personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, organic farming. Adi Kailas COVID Care Participants Program offered by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism are enjoying a healthy, blissful, and spiritual lifestyle and multi-layered protection. They enjoy a stress-free time following a spiritual morning routine, doing yoga, daily puja, temple sevas, volunteering in temple sevas, and kara sevas, and celebrating festivals. And Varalakshmi Puja recently was celebrated, and Ganesha Chaturthi celebrations. To join the COVID Care Protection Centers, register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa worldwide, inspired and guided by the vision of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to save lives, a one-of-a-kind humanitarian charitable service, massively mobilized to provide protection and prevention COVID care in these testing times of global meltdown. Through this initiative, Kailasa has been consistently supporting people through the free food banks, that is Annadan, free medical care, and many more services. The impact of mental disorders and lack of spiritual strength during a humanitarian crisis are often difficult to assess and inflict lasting damage. To assuage this, Kailasa is offering spiritual programs, temple events, and spiritual healing online. United Nations recognizes the Kailasa's report on COVID-19 and multilateralism. Kailasa's recommendation on COVID-19 and multilateralism to be presented at the United Nations Global Assembly and Human Rights Council. Kailasa's report and recommendation on international treaty on COVID got accepted and published by the United Nations, surviving the highly contagious COVID-19, where the world is only as resilient as the least resilient country and person requires a true multilateralism, the governments, organizations, and people to collectively address the crisis. Kailasa has been successfully providing grassroots solid solutions in multifarious ways, including providing sustainable community living with multi-layered quarantine, educating citizens on global pandemic management, leveraging best of different economic systems based on clarity, charity, barter, and money, providing food security and traditional Hindu medicines. These unique contributions have been recognized by the United Nations and got published in their website www.ohdh.org. You can also click on these links on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism Facebook profile page, and you can click on this link and read the full article by yourself. So join the COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The link again, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. With this, let's move on to the next part of this program after a very short break.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளியே, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவபக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம். காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவபக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்யனின் தரிசனம். தன்னை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம். மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம். பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே. மறைப்பொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம். பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே. அவர் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான குஞ்சமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா. மறை நான்கின் பொருள் உணர்த்த நானும் கண்களுள்ள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா. பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா. பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்ந்தேனல்லவா. உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் என் தரிசனம். தன்னை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம். என உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட பொருளும் அருளும் தர மனதின் இருவிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்றுவிட ஞானம் பெற்றுவிட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் தரிசனம் சாட்சியாகும் ஐயன் தரிசனம் சொல்ல வார்த்தை ஏதும் இல்லையே சொக்கநாதன் முந்தன் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தா 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 ஸ்ரீ அருணகிரீஸ்வர ஈசா மூத்த தமிழ் குடி மக்களின் நேசா குமரி கண்டமாலும் பரமேசா சங்க தமிழை காக்கும் கைலாசா முட்டி நிறைந்த சிவம் என்று கலத்திடவே என்று கடந்து உள்ளிருந்த கல ஒளி தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் தரிசனம் கண்ணை காணறியவே இவை அசைவிடு தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம்
ஓம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வர பரமசிவசமாரம்பாம் நித்யானந்தேஸ்வரி பராசக்தி மத்யமாம் அஸ்மதாச்சார்யபர்யந்தாம் வந்தே குரு பரம்பராம். I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Vidyeshwara, Ganeshwara, Mantreshwara, Lokeshwara, Astreshwara. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is all about building body with a spiritual stamina to hold the conscious sovereignty and radiate the conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'm just filled with the Paramashiva space. The me I am experiencing in me is the cosmic me, the Paramashiva. And I also know the me you are experiencing in you right now is also part of that Paramashiva's me, cosmic me. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. We both put together is part of Paramashiva. He has filled me, awakened me, enlightened me, manifesting in me with that extreme joy, ecstasy I am sharing with you. Raw, naked truth as it is. As it is. Listen. With extreme love and compassion, I am sharing it as it is. Listen. Spiritual stamina means your ability to cognize Paramashiva, letting him manifest his will, his experience of himself. That is what is most important. See, whoever decides to trust my introduction about me, I feel so overwhelmingly loved by them and loving them. Listen. Love means whoever trusts your introduction of by yourself, about yourself, you simply love that person and that person simply loves you. Listen. When you trust Krishna's introduction about himself, who he is, how he is, how he feels about himself. Adityanam Aham Vishnu. How Krishna declares among the Adityas. So, he opens himself. When you feel connected, you decide to feel connected, you choose to like, love, trust what Krishna introduces about him as as himself. When you decide to trust, simply Krishna consciousness manifests in you. If you decide to trust the anti-Krishna gang, abusers, their version of Krishna, how Saguni talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala describes Krishna and Krishna's people. Shishubala may give very valid, logical evidences for your independent investigation. He may have everything to support your independent investigation. The selfie Krishna took when he hugged his gopikas may be available for you. Whether the Shishubala and his culinary gang, the Shishubala gang is able to convince you or not able to convince you, the moment you decide to follow Shishubala's description about Krishna, you will reach the same space Shishubala is in. You will attract the same kind of people Shishubala like, and you will naturally be in Shishubala's gang and die, rot, destroy yourself. Listen. Whom you choose to trust, feel connected, you fall into that gang. Whenever you choose to decide, you decide to listen about my introduction about me, my definition about me. You enjoy the space given to me by Paramashiva. Now I am introducing me. The me in me is manifestation of cosmic me, Paramashiva Paramburul. It has realized the me in you is also part of Paramashiva. Listen. So sit sincerely with the decision, you, me, both are part of Paramashiva, and that Paramashiva is awakened in me, and now giving this satsang and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada to awaken Paramashiva in you. That's all. This is the exact, precise, truthful, honest introduction of what is happening now as me, as you, as cosmic Paramashiva. So understand, sit With this cognition, whatever I am talking will become reality in you. Whatever I am revealing will become reality in you. So first thing, physics of conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty is the ultimate of life. Physics of conscious sovereignty is building a body with a spiritual stamina. Listen intensely. Listen carefully, deeply. Every word now I utter can become your realization, your experience. So listen. Building a body with a conscious stamina. Actually, building a body with a spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, is very easy job. Too easy. I can give you just some 10-15 simple tips. If you start following for few days, automatically you will build a body with a conscious stamina which can manifest Paramashivatva. Because my gurus have done it for me. I know the precise methodology. Without wasting much time, I can teach you. Many instructions, tips I would have given you. Please add castor oil in your food every day, at least 1 teaspoon. See, don't add too much castor oil, then you may feel dehydrated, tired. At least 1 or 2 teaspoon per day or per meal. See, if you are taking only 1 meal a day, then go for just 1 teaspoon, not more than that. So based on the food intake, choose. These are 2 simple instructions. It's not something very difficult, complicated, very simple. Vegetarian lifestyle, what I claim, that Shaivite lifestyle, most easiest lazy man's method to build a conscious sovereignty spiritual body. Listen. Conscious sovereign space, the conscious sovereignty space, that stamina, body with that stamina, once you start manifesting, you will feel so happy to live inside your body. I'll give you 2 simple instructions and few truths to build the physics. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is building strong physical body with a spiritual stamina that starts manifesting the right physics, everything you need for manifesting conscious stamina. I tell you, I can give you one or two examples. When you start having spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, you will carry such an amazing space. Anyone can ask anything. You will never feel irritated. You just know you are so happy they asked you. You will never feel demanded. You are so happy. The people come into your space. More and more people you enjoy in your space, more and more you are a successful being. Because you know your pure space never gets trampled by even millions of people entering into your space. The conscious stamina triggers, snowballs, initiates thousands of good things in your life. I tell you, 1 teaspoon castor oil can keep you in a pleasant mood 24 hours. Don't take my words casually. I am very serious. If you start doing it, you will understand. If you start doing it, you will understand. Within 6 months, you will understand. If you are a person constantly irritated, easily triggered, just use castor oil. You may think, what, castor oil? To remove the irritation? Yes, I am telling you. Castor oil will remove the parasites sitting inside your stomach, which triggers irritation continuously. The castor oil and parasites are anti. They don't like each other. And I tell you, I am a Dhyana Siddha by birth. By birth, master in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because even while entering into the body, I carried my Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Within the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi only, I even assumed this body. Even I had once a difficulty in Tiruvannamalai during the Deepam festival. The roadside, the gulfi ice, people will come and sell gulfi ice. In those days, the gulfi ice will not be available regularly in Tiruvannamalai. Only during the festival times, big festival times, it will be available. So, Raghupati Yogi, he always takes me from home to the temple to teach yoga and brings me back, and he will be actually holding my hand, literally, and walking, especially during these festivals, lot of crowd. Na? So he will hold my hand and walk. That gulfi ice guys, they will have a bell in their cycle, tricycle, and sell the gulfi ice. I was listening to that bell. That bell was very nice sound. I was looking at the bell and listening. Raghupati Yogi thought that I want that ice cream. That's why I'm looking at that tricycle. He asked, you want to eat that gulfi ice? I neither said yes nor said no because there was no interest in that ice cream because I never tasted it and I don't know what it is. And I was only listening to that bell, very nice sound. I did not say yes or no, but he thought maybe I want, but I am feeling a little shy to ask him. So he told, Varakane sapla. He gave me, he bought and gave one ice. And when I ate, I really enjoyed. It was very tasty. The way I ate itself, he understood, I enjoyed, so he got one more. I enjoyed that also. Until the second one, I did not ask. The third one, I myself said, get one more. Then he started laughing. He said, more than this, I don't know whether you will catch cold because usually the Deepam festival comes in a cold season. That December, November, December is the time Deepam festival comes. So naturally weather was also cold. So he said, I don't know whether you will catch cold. But because I asked, he could not say, he didn't want to say no, he just got. Finally I ate 5. And next day, he was making me do some process. The impact of the cold weather and the gulfi ice cream, both had little kapha. So he was asking me to sit in certain position to help me do my spiritual process. Usually he will make me sit and do any rituals need to be done, like a yajna or homa, small havan or puja, and then initiate me into the pranayama or the kriya which I am supposed to do. And he did all that rituals and he started initiating me, telling me to do what I am supposed to do. But I was missing few steps, especially some of the kumbhaka, some of the pranayama. If I have to hold the breath for 60 seconds, he will just tell that I have to hold till he counts 60. I will just hold. That's all. There is no question of that 58, I will leave the breath, or 59, I'll start changing the breathing pattern. Nothing. Simply I'll obey what he says. That day, at least 2 times, I missed the count. He was counting 1, 2, sometimes just to test me. After number 20 or 30, he will miss and he will start. No, wait, I'll start. Then he will again start 1, 2, 3. He's an amazing, extremely loving, patient guru. I only visualize them, their love for me, their patience for me, the way they worked on me. Whenever I need to work with my kids, this is what exactly I remember. I just hold them in my inner space. That is why I keep all their photographs. And I want all the ashrams to keep all their photographs just for the amount of tyaga they have done. And he was counting, but 2-3 times I missed that pranayama count. The coherence, the number of seconds I need to hold, I missed. Before he completed the number, I released the breath. I changed the flow of the breath. He understood That kapha is inside. 5 gulfi ice cream. That kapha is inside. And he just got the karsalangani leaf. Karsalangani leaf and a few leaves and put it in his thumb and put it on my upper palate. Nicely started rubbing with his thumb. The whole pitta and kapha came out through all the 5 holes. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, and through the ears. Through the ears, it won't come like a liquid or solid. It will come like a sound, air. The whole pitta came out. Kapha came out. Then he made me sit. Not only I could perform the pranayama, I could simply see the visualization I am supposed to hold during the pranayama. I tell you, after that, throughout my life during wandering any time, I never suffered, never took any allopathy medicine for cough or cold, kapha or pitta. Please understand. If you are Ayurvedic doctor, you will understand what I am saying. Pitta makes your mind feel the mental suffocation. Kapha makes your body feel the suffocation. Pitta binds you, chains you mentally. Kapha binds you, chains you physically. Physically means internal organs. After this one understanding, of course, even now I don't enjoy ice cream. Rarely, if the disciples want to eat, to give company, if needed, sometimes I take, but there is no liking for the ice cream or any food. That is different. But even due to weather change or any reason, never ever I suffered by pitta or kapha. I want to tell you all, so much of suffering you all go through in your life due to pitta and kapha and not even know that it is because of pitta and kapha. See, when you feel the suffocation inside your internal organs due to kapha, you scream at everyone. When you suffer the pitta, even you are not sure about your future. Please understand. See, after that, many times I used to do the same. I'll make that karsalangani either as a paste or a powder or some form, just leaf or kalvathila vechi arachi. It means, kalvam is a stone, small stone, on that if you keep the leaf and put little water and make it like a paste. In some form, I'll apply it on my thumb and put it on the palate, upper palate. So the whole pitta and kapha will come out. Listen carefully. It's very important. Because the pitta and kapha is cleansed again and again, not only I never suffered the cough, cold and its impact, I always felt very stable about myself and my future decision. Listen carefully. Your pitta is responsible for making you doubt about yourself and about your future. See, many times you feel insecure. Oh, if I take sannyas, will I be happy in Kailasa? if I take up this commitment, will I be happy in my life? Not being sure about yourself, you destroy your life so much. So many wonderful things in your life is lost because you don't feel sure about yourself. Especially spiritually, consciously. I've seen so many people have this problem. Will I be happy if I take sannyas? Will I be able to be peaceful and happy if I choose to be with Swamiji? Will I be happy if I choose to be in Kailasa? All you need is just this Karsalangani powder, Karsalangani leaf, and every day apply on your upper palate and clean the whole pitta and kapha. Make your body samatva body, samatva sarira. I tell you, not only my Guru gave me 5 gulfi ice cream, he gave me something, the greatest, which is useful in my life till today. That is using Karsalangani and taking out all the pitta and kapha and making me balanced. Listen, whenever your internal organs are strong, your breathing becomes strong. Strong breathing builds a strong internal organs, strong body. Very easily you will build strong muscles. Karsalangani powder, taking it in your thumb, applying on the upper palate and cleaning all the kapha and pitta is such a simple act. It's not at all difficult. Karsalangani is available even in Amazon nowadays. That powder. And it's available in every village home in India. In every village, you will see Karsalangani, Ponnangani, Murungakira. Add all this stuff in your life every day. Karsalangani, Ponnangani, Thuduvala, Murungakira. Just the simple instruction. I tell you, strong internal organs, when the kapha is cleansed, you get the stamina in your breathing, strong breathing. When pitta is cleansed, you get the strong visualization. You will not have doubt about yourself. When sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I can't handle, I don't know how to care about how to carry on with my life. I feel like I may have a mental breakdown. This problem is because of the pitta. If you ever had the feeling, oh, I may have a mental breakdown, I cannot handle this, I'm feeling suffocated. If you had this problem, your problem is simply pitta, nothing else. Apply Karsalangani on your upper palate. Clean your pitta. You will have so much confidence about you. You will have so much confidence about you. I tell you, you may never imagine such a simple acts can solve such huge problems in your life. You don't even need to do this cleaning the pitta and kapha every day. But actually, if you start using, you may really enjoy it and you may start doing every day. If you start doing every day, great. But even if you do 3 times a day, 4 times a day, you will start feeling so much of confidence about yourself. You will be so sure of you. Yes, I can handle life. See, samatvam means at any situation of my life, I am only going to decide everything as per dharma, and same way I will live and leave the body with the same dharma. If needed, I will take another one body, continue to strengthen my dharma till I reach moksha. Over. Being sure about yourself, adopting dharma as the strategy for life, is the most ultimate peaceful decision you can take in your life. Once you decide, come what may, I am going to decide everything, handle everything based on dharma. Over. That moment you are enlightened, you are liberated, you are free. Because after that you don't need your cunning, strategic, culinary mind. See, this extremely selfish, violent, strategic mind may brainwash you that it is very useful for you and can bring a lot of benefits to you in your life. But it takes away your peace by making you doubt about yourself and literally destroys your confidence on you. Listen, if you are a person always strategizes with extreme selfishness, cunningness, calculativeness, and believe that is the best way to exist, all the time you will have a self-doubt. Did I take the right decision early in my past? Am I taking the right decision in the present? Am I squeezing the orange called world life and getting the maximum juice and pleasure out of it for me? Am I really making the world productive for me? In this constant cunningness, you will burn yourself. And this creates so much of stress, suffocation, suffering inside you. Your whole life becomes cunning strategy, and even you are afraid whether you will be able to retain your cunning strategic existence continuously, because you will be attracting the same type of people cunning around you, and everyone around you also will know that you are a complete cunning strategist. Understand? Then you put yourself in a hell. I tell you, a simple sweet being attracts the same kind of people around him, around them, and create that kind of ecosystem, and everyone feels that person is simple, sweet, and you create a beautiful ecosystem for you to enjoy your life. I tell you, best thing you can earn by being a simple, loving, sweet being, you will attract that same kind of people around you, and people around you will experience you as a sweet being. That gives an amazing ultimate protection, completion for you forever. This is the greatest gift. Greatest gift being loving can get you is the beings who are loving. Being loving will get you beings who are loving. Being cunning will get you beings who are cunning for you. That's the worst hell. So you can create heaven or hell. It depends on how you decide about you. If you decide, from now, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, dharma is the center with which I'll make all decision. No question of cunning, selfish, constantly exploiting strategies, because those strategies may get small benefits in the initial level, but will start developing deep self-doubt in you, and that feeling, you not being sure about you and how you will behave and live your life in the future. And finally, it will lead to implosion. You collapsing internally. Decide Swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Krishna says, even if you practice what I am teaching a little bit, problems of mountain size will be destroyed. Even if you follow the Guru Vak little bit, tons of problems will be destroyed, which is even unknown to you. See, the best thing is when you follow the Guru Vak, simple instructions, the greater problems just disappear. They don't even show up in front of you. You may not even know how many problems you avoided, you escaped. Just this one Karsalangani, cleaning the Vada and Kapha and Pitta. How much I became sure about me. See, when the kapha and pitta is balanced, you don't feel suffocated mentally or physically in your internal organs. So you will always take very dharmic decisions, not irritated, agitated, aggressive mood. You will not make decisions. All decisions you make during the I, kapha and pitta are dangerous to your life and to your existence. Keeping the kapha and pitta balanced will make you always take very sweet, beautiful decisions. Life will flow such powerful way. You know, even if you obey Guru's instruction, one small instruction, 10,000s of big problems will not even come to you. Not only you will be solving any problem comes to you, there are many problems which will never come to you. Many problem will never come to you. Any problem which comes to you, you will simply dissolve it. That is why even now I have the habit. I will not calculate my Guru walks to the direct benefit it brings. See, if I calculate, if I apply Karsalangani on my upper palate and remove the Vada, Pitta, Vada, the Kapha and Pitta and Kapha, I will not catch cold. I can breathe freely. If I calculate and make the logical decision, only when I have a cough, cold, I will practice and I will have the benefit. But many times simply I will follow the Guru walk. Wherever I see the Karsalangani in my wanderings and wherever I can get, simply I will start applying. Because I just want to do what my Gurus told me. Because of my obedience to my Guru walk, not only I never suffered with cough, cold, the kapha and pitta problems, I always had a samatva, balanced decision making, dharmic decision making, inner space, which brought tremendous strength about me, being sure about me. I tell you, when I got out of my home, when I left my home, I never had insecurity or not being sure about how I will handle my future. Whatever future brings, how I will handle, never had a problem. Same way, in 40, literally after establishing kingdoms, everything I need for my life, I just walked out of everything. I had the same spirit, courage, confidence. I can rebuild. I can create what I want. I can face my life. Whatever my life brings, I can handle it. I was so sure about me. Me being sure about my ability to handle the future, whatever future may bring, that is what I call my Shraddha towards my Guru Parampara. I will obey my Guru walk. Come what may, I have the confidence to face it. That's all was my inner space. When I stepped out of Adi Kailash campus. People who were with me, they are the witness. I made the statement, it is time to make Hindu Samrajya, Hindu nation. I just know whatever life brings, I can handle it. With the grace of my Guru Parampara, Paramashiva, I made it. Actually, they made it. Their grace, their blessings, their energy. They made the Kailasa. They manifested it now. Listen. You being sure about you to live the Guru walk is the greatest spiritual stamina. I'm repeating. You being sure about you to live the Guru walk is the spiritual stamina. Castor oil, applying Karsalanganni every day with your thumb on the upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. All these simple acts will bring spiritual stamina in your life. You will be sure about following the Guru walk, the highest vision for you. You will be so sure about it. You will have so much of spiritual stamina, confidence. Simply you will manifest Paramashiva in you. The biggest negativity in your life is your fear. Will I be able to handle myself if I just follow my Guru walk? If I just go with my Guru's words, will I be able to handle what life brings it to me? Will I have the stamina to handle? Will I have a mental breakdown? Will I collapse? Hey. How can you die by drinking nectar? Many times people tell me, if I meditate, if I do unclutching, will I have a mental breakdown? Will I die? There is no document, record ever in the whole world. Anybody having a mental breakdown through unclutching or death by meditating. By not meditating, there were millions having mental breakdown, had and having. By not unclutching, there are millions who die very cheap death. Even in death, there should be dignified death. I am seeing now in this pralaya, in this corona, people are so suffocated to keep themselves inside a room or a house. They feel it's okay. I just want a fresh air. I cannot handle this anymore. Let me go out for a walk. Just for fresh air, they go out and leave the breath itself. For fresh breath, they go out. Get corona, get fresh body itself, not just fresh breath. I am seeing, understand? Now the next level variants of corona. Corona plus, Delta plus and Lambda corona. All these are not only highly infectious, high death rate. even though people know all this information, just the imaginary suffocation, unable to mentally handle the pitta and kapha. Pitta is responsible for mental suffocation. Unable to handle the pitta, they go out and get the real problem called corona. See, pitta is only an imaginary problem. Your mental suffocation is just imaginary problem. But corona is the real physical problem. Listen. Not having the conscious stamina, spiritual stamina, not having the spiritual stamina can even kill you. All these people, due to suffocation, mental suffocation, go out and get corona and die, are all dying just because they were not taught the science of unclutching and meditation. If they had the fortune of getting the unclutching and meditation in their life, they will know how to handle their mental suffocation. Unclutching is as simple as applying the Karslangani powder on your upper palate and cleaning the pitta and kapha. Many people are asking the name of the Karslangani, other names of Karslangani. I know only these two names, Karslangani and Bringaraj. I don't know the English technical name. Maybe you guys can Google Karslangani and Bringaraj. These two are the names I know of the leaf I am talking about, the herb I am talking about. So now listen. Just not able to handle your suffocation. Inner space. You getting the real problem, like real corona, criminal negligence becoming crime itself. See, you not able to handle your suffocation, your pitta, all this is criminal negligence. Finally, it becomes crime itself when you get the corona. So I want to give one more information. The Karslangani is also called false daisy. False daisy is an English word used for Karslangani, Bringaraj. Actually, it should be named as a true daisy. I don't know why they named it as a false daisy. Anyhow, that is the word in use. Okay. Listen. Let me give you basic few revelations to achieve spiritual stamina. Your body with a spiritual stamina is the fundamental requirement for manifesting conscious sovereignty, Paramashivatva. And it is not difficult, too simple. As I said, just applying Karisalangani and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha has made me feel so secure about me, sure about me, and my ability to handle come what may. See, my ability to handle come what may is my Shraddha to my Guru Parampara, to my Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogishwara. You can see how they initiated the virtuous circle in me. I simply obey their words, and that brings so much of benefits. So that makes me so sure about my future. And that is what is the trust on my Guru Parampara. So the love feeds trust, trust feeds love, love feeds more trust feeds more love. That just becomes such powerful virtuous circle and becomes enlightenment, oneness, Paramadvaita. That's all. That's all. I think getting into that virtuous circle is what is the conscious stamina. Spiritual stamina. Listen carefully. I never strategized and obeyed my Guru's words. Simply my Guru Vak, I'll do it. Over. Even now I am seeing many people are trying to say, oh, Corona is settled, it is not that bad. Be very clear, it is not settled. Now all these people moving around freely in the market. The other day I saw in the media, the news, so much crowd in that Chennai shopping street, Ranganathan street or the T Nagar. Like a festival, Utsava, Deepavali. Oh God. Dress is so important than life. Or are they buying dresses to dress up when they are dead? I don't know. I don't know why the dress and jewels are so important than life itself. I could not understand. See, people going to food to get groceries, at least that I can tolerate. Because without food they will die. They can't be without food. But people going for clothes, jewels, other things, I just don't know what to say. And I am telling you, the social setup of India is going to terribly fail Indians in this Corona time. When I say India, it's not just the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that same mental setup countries, Malaysia, Nepal, everywhere, this collective integrity missing. See, they don't care about others dying by they spreading the corona. They don't care about the mask. They don't care about people. Sometimes when people get corona, they get so vengeful. They go and spread also without telling. Please listen. Listen carefully. With Paramashiva's grace, directly Paramashiva himself manifesting with so much effort. I saved Jyotika. She is alive. She is not dead. She is saved. But still she has not recovered completely. She has not recovered completely. Still I am not able, I am working. Still she has not become completely healthy. I am not able to make her travel from Chennai to Bangalore because the oxygen level goes ups and downs. She is alive. She is corona negative, means corona free. But still she has not recovered, become healthy. And once she becomes healthy, I have to work and detox her body to start manifesting powers. That is another huge task. Because corona does large damage to the internal organs. Even if they don't die, the damage done to the internal organs and for their physical activism and mentally being alive, those capabilities damaged is extreme. It takes such huge effort to recover them and retrieve them and completely bring them back to normal. Literally like a conscious blanket, I surrounded her. Of course, few more of my disciples who got corona, literally I was sitting in samadhi and surrounding them as conscious blanket, protecting them, recovering, healing them. It's like a literally conscious ventilator, the spiritual super ventilator protection. Even with that, I could only save them. They are alive, but yet to recover completely. Understand the corona and its impact. Don't take it light. And especially in India, people freely moving around does not mean corona is over. Actually, the people freely moving around, they are inviting the third wave corona quickly. And the worst thing with the third wave corona is it is going to be the Delta plus and Lambda. The worst viruses. The viruses. What to say that? Its own updated version. I don't want to make further statements about corona. I only want all my disciples who obey me, just stay home, stay safe, have multi-layer quarantine in your home. If you cannot, go to Adi Kailash and save yourself before it becomes too late. especially countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Malaysia. Now I heard the good news. Even the Malaysians can travel to India. If you want to save yourself, simply go to Adi Kailash, where you are given multi-layer quarantine. Be there. Safeguard yourself. Before it becomes too late. Multi-layer quarantine is too important. Let me reveal more and more sacred secrets to build conscious stamina. Have haritaki, tuduvale, murunga leaf in your food regularly. Just the simple 10-20 instruction. I can put it elaborately and share it with you all. Whatever I share today, start doing Vakyartha Sadas. The speed with which people are coming out and moving around, India or Malaysia or Nepal or Bangladesh or Pakistan, everywhere, I can see very clearly they are inviting the third wave, which I don't want to talk much about it. I can only say that they are bringing worst thing on themselves. Because the collective integrity is not there. People don't care about what will happen to the whole society. See, people think, oh, what is there if few people get corona and they go to hospital, and it is not that easy, that simple. When the medical infrastructure is broken, failing by overload, so many other things are broken, failing due to overload. Social infrastructure, administration infrastructure, judicial everything gets overloaded. And the anarchy and chaos, where unjustified number of deaths and losses, and no value for life. no value for life. Don't listen to anybody's opinion about corona. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. That's all. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. Neither get constipated by conspiracy theories, nor get cheated by this positive idea Bhagavas. Just have multi-layer quarantine and protect yourself before it is too late. Especially people in the Asian countries. In US, the society structure itself is a quarantine structure. Nobody comes to your home that without invitation or freely, easily. In India, anyone will walk into any house. That is the way social structure is. I still remember, if the home main door is locked, people will ask, hey, why are you keeping the house door locked in the daytime? In the daytime, you are not supposed to keep the house main door locked. So if you have any relatives, friends, especially all my disciples all over the world, my Adinavasis, my Gurukul kids, my Sannyasis, my Brahmacharis, my Brahmacharinis, all of you listen. I am talking to you directly. If you have your family, if you have your friends, if you have any important people you need to protect, either get them out of Asian countries, India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, all that, Indonesia, that area, Malaysian countries, get them out. Or get them to Adi Kailash, where they can have multi-layer quarantine. Do one in these two. Prevention is the best way to protect yourself from corona. Because the third wave may be the worst wave. The death rate is too high. Delta plus and lambda corona, these are too high death rate. Infection rate, the way they spread, before even you realize or go to hospital, the person is killed. The person is dead. Before even you realize you have corona, you are dead. Before even you are taken to hospital due to any symptom or complication, you are dead. That's the way it is going. So, the social structure of India is going to fail Indians during this pandemic. This freely moving around, freely touching, freely going anywhere, anyone, and going to shops, luxury shops, going for shopping. I don't know. When I saw the crowd in Ranganathan Street in Tinagar, I was shocked. In that crowd, Corona may get killed. That level of crowd. Abba. That's all I have to say. Multi-layer quarantine in your home is not possible. If it is really possible, it is possible only in Adi Kailash. So go there and save yourself. Is all I can say for now. And if you are already in Adi Kailash, celebrate. You are directly protected by Paramashiva. You are in his space. Enjoy the safety and security given by Paramashiva directly. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, collective integrity and enriching causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhaadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामला पीठारूढा श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती
under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadusham Tattamasyadi Lakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is power manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is power manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift, playing with life. playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is the cognitive shift, the cognition that you are able to again and again raise into the higher superconsciousness, conscious sovereignty, commanding over the reality, the collective integrity of all of us sitting and meditating and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva raises the frequency of planet Earth, relieving us from all the corona and other impossibilities and raising us into the superconscious space, manifesting all the powers. The collective integrity that Bhagavan is saying, all of us sitting and manifesting the powers of Paramashiva raises the frequency. And that is science of power manifestation. It is a science because millions have experienced it, and each one of us can experience the conscious sovereignty as our reality. The pramanas, the evidences supporting each of these powers, the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, for the power of Sarvanyatva, all-knowingness. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas. Who are the Aptas? The Aptas are the millions of rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvas, siddhas, yoginis, yogis, even asuras were able to manifest the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested and scientific. The Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan placed the Leela to showcase how the conscious sovereignty can become the reality in each one of us, creating the collective integrity of conscious space of Paramashiva as our reality. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world, initiated in the Kailash Courtyard into the science of power manifestation and manifesting all these extraordinary powers and raising the superconscious space in each of us, raising into the superconscious space as each one of us can manifest our own reality. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Beautifully, Bhagavan says, not just the thoughtless space is measured, also all these powers are scientifically verified and documented. All these are in the Avatar Shastra and third eye book that you can refer to. All these great signs are available for each one of us to manifest the higher science, higher reality, the Sarvanyatva, the power of all-knowingness. The Shastra Pramana references for the power of Sarvanyatva. This is from Sarvanyatva Agama, verse 15. Sarvanyatvam, all-knowingness in its all fullness.
Of quantum memory is taken from the Sarvojnanottara Agama, verse 15. एवमेकात्मभावेन संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु एवमेकात्मभावेन संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु.
Bhagavan Paramashiva says, within such a yogi who established himself in absolute non-dual oneness space with Lord Shiva and who keeps himself free from all sort of differentiating notions, the exalted supreme power of all-knowingness, Sarvanyatvam, gets unfolded in all its fullness. And so beautiful, all these great avatars, whether it's Avayar or Manikavachikar or Tirinyana Sambandar or Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, Ramana Maharshi, each and every one and Bhagavan were all Egasandagragi and Sarvanyatvam. Just by the presence, they know what is it and they simply were able to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. All the great signs, even the common things that people did not know. And they knew it because of deep listening power, attention power, absorption power, memory power, all this put together. And we call it the Sarvanyatvam. They all know it. They were all Avadanis. There, like 6 people used to sit from different classes, different departments, and sit and question the person at the same time. And the 6th person, whatever question they ask, this person has to answer one by one clearly and give the extraordinary all the answers. And when they pass, then they become the Avadani. They can be like 6, 8, 13 and different numbers. And they were all these great scholars who lived as Sarvanyatvam Avadanis and completely in a different dimension, Ekasandagragis. But we have forgotten the science and we think all what we teach in the value-added education as an education. Bhagavan has downloaded the greatest science into the Balasans and they were able to, all this they have demonstrated, Ekasandagragi, they have demonstrated Avadanis and much more in different places, in different dimensions. The memory power, absorption power, and all this were completely demonstrated. But to the significance of how the Avadanis lived, we have to raise ourselves by manifesting more and more all these powers of Paramashiva. Beautifully, the elephant Bhagavan says so many things, that the deep breathing, that it is represented by the trunk. When you have abdominal breathing, your intelligence is really high. And you have a large ears, then your listening is very high. So your intelligence naturally is very high. That's why elephant is represented for the intelligence. This Keshava elephant in the temple where Guruvayur, where that Krishna is such a small deity, in that temple in Kerala, there was this elephant, Keshava. And he used to eat the prasada from the temple. And after that, he started clearly knowing when is the Ekadasi day. Like today, it's the Ekadasi day, and the elephant will not eat anything on that day. Keshava was such an amazing elephant where it will not eat any food on the Ekadasi day. And it also had one more thing in the temple, that they would keep elephant race, and whoever wins it would get to take the Lord on their back and go around the temple. And here Keshava always won the race because he wanted to carry the deity. And once he became very old and he had to he want to leave the body. It's so beautiful that no animals get a heart attack and die in front of us. All the animals and birds go back to their home. Even rats, if the rat poison is given, they take the poison and go back to their home in a very safe place. They leave the body. They don't just get a heart attack and fall down. So many monkeys there in the ashram, but nobody has seen a monkey fall dead. Of course, other than the accidents, there is no case of animals or plants leaving their body just like that. They know very well how to leave the body. They go and rest somewhere, stop eating, and they know they are going to leave the body, and they leave the body. And immediately all the animals bury them. It's such a beautiful thing that happens in the planet Earth even now. Not like humans, we forget everything. Collective integrity is completely lost. Bhagavan beautifully says how this Keshava elephant, what the elephant was supposed to die. It said, I cannot die in the temple because the temple will get polluted and they have to do so many of the rituals. So what it did, it carried the deity around, and after that it went and did the prostration in front of the temple, outside the temple. And doing that, it left the body so beautifully. Even now, the temple, the face of the elephant is still there, kept with the tusk and everything. Remembering how an elephant could be so dedicated and so devoted and devoting the life only to Paramashiva conscious serenity as its reality. Such a beautiful space of oneness when we create beyond all sorts of differentiating notions. the greed, the fear, the incompletion, the pain, the guilt, the cunningness, all that which is eating our life continuously. And Bhagavan beautifully said how the telomeres, when you are in fear or in greed, you are making it smaller and smaller, going towards the death. And that's how we age and that's how we die. Now the science have completely given us the clear picture, but Bhagavan has spoken 10 years back how these great signs can be restored by living a conscious sovereignty as our reality. All this great science starts manifesting in us when we start knowing how to live our life as conscious sovereignty. Dhruva, beautiful, he is a very, very small boy, and Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 4, Chapter 9, text 19 to 21. It's clearly shown how Dhruva, he was a small boy and he did a tapas, Those days the tapas were much beyond. Bhagavan says, if they were able to sit in Padmasana, they can go into Samadhi. And here Dhruva was stopped eating first week. Second week he stopped drinking. Third week he stopped breathing. He just stopped sleeping, and everything he stopped till Vishnu came running to him. And when he appeared in his third eye, he said, no, I want to see you in person. And Vishnu appears in person, and he was so pleased, he wanted to grant a boon. And he grants a boon that he will always be there in the sky, in middle of the skies as a star, and all the other stars would go around him. And his mother, Suniti, was also placed in the sky next to him. He will always be there, and showing the responsibility that he took when he was not given his rights, that beautiful space that he took, conscious sovereignty as his reality, and stood there forever and ever to represent the responsibility. And he simply became the beautiful space for all of us to understand how you can manifest the conscious sovereignty. As a child, in few weeks, he could just make all the lokas vibrate, and simply Vishnu run to him to give the darshan. The intensity, the integrity of who he was, the higher self that he was, commanding over the reality, was clearly shown, and simply manifesting all the possibility. Here Bhagavan beautifully says about how he got to see the stars in a daylight. His yoga guru has done many of the power manifestation, and which he has witnessed. But one day he said, okay, now you can see the stars. And Bhagavan said, how can that be possible? It's a noon and it's so bright and stars are not seen. If you understand how the whole globe, it's just a reflection of the molecules, and it reflects into our earth as the brightness during the daytime. But if you go to the space, there is no light, because there's no reflection which is happening actually. It's completely pitch dark, and you can see all the stars very clearly. But here, because of the blue light and the reflection and the Raman effect, we could not see. But Bhagavan said, when his yoga guru caught him in the Kurma Nadi, in the middle of his wrist, for a few minutes, and dragged him out of the Mandapam, Kritika Mandapam in Tiruvannamalai temple, and asked him to see up, he simply was able to penetrate through the blue sky and see the whole cosmos. And completely he was able to see all the stars very clearly, even on the bright light day. These sciences were given to all of us, and that was the possibility before. But now, because of collective integrity lost, all this science is simply lost. Now Bhagavan is initiating all of us in Sarvanyatva, in this Kailash courtyard, that all of us can download all the information from cosmos just by having that oneness with Paramashiva, and dropping all our clutching with all kind of differentiating notion. How can you drop something when you are so engaged in so many incompletion? Beautifully, you can drop when you understand it is just a dream. And all this, if you understand it's a dream and drop it, it's easier. Otherwise, life forces and pulls you out. It is such a pain and such a chaos. The more we understand whatever is happening in our life, the perception that we are having is only a dream. Waking up to the reality, we can save ourselves from so much of misery and pain. The birth and death cycle again and again hits us very hard to make us wake up to the reality that we are Paramashiva. Here, beautifully, one of the devotees was able to manifest, download all the information. She says, download the space happen with the grace of Swamiji. She's attached what she had seen completely, the space download. Look to me about the whole thing, the whole science that she wanted to download, and the Death Star becoming black hole, and all that she was able to see how the black hole and the Big Bang, everything happens so clearly, and she has got the click of how the conscious sovereignty happens as her reality. Now each one of us is going to experience the Sarvagnyatva, power to look at the planet in the solar system and describe clearly, manifest the powers of Sarvagnyatva, all-knowingness. You can have a paper, pen, and if you have a partner, excellent. You can ask the partner to give you questions, or you can write some questions. When the Balasans were given JE questions, SAT questions, all kinds of the questions, the competitive exams, and ask them to write. Not only the question, they were able to download the question papers also when the page number was given, and we got 40 to 60% corrected, which was perfectly downloaded by them, where they don't even know what was there in the question or the answers. The greater science is available for all of us. We are all knowingness. We are the whole science. Bhagavan says, how will you know everything? We are all connected. And once you're connected, you can simply download what you are. When you understand, the Upanishads clearly says how our body grows, the hair on our body is the same thing that the outside world, the grasses are growing. Whatever happening in the microcosm, Bhagavan beautifully says the macrocosm is a projection of that, and simply it's a reflection of how we exist. And Upanishads say the same thing of how we can understand ourselves, we can understand the whole cosmos. Now all of us can experience, write some unknown question about astrology, something which you can tangibly verify. And these questions, write it in a piece of paper and keep it, and whatever the revelation, let's just write down and see what is the answer that Paramashiva is going to manifest in us. Bhagavan beautifully says how when Paramashiva was running to save a sadhu, and then he comes back and settles down. Parvati asks, what happened? You were in such a hurry to go and then you just came back. He said, I wanted to save the sadhu because they were throwing stones when he was in the meditating space. But when I started going closer, he also started taking the stones and hitting. So I have to come back. If you allow the cosmos to take care, they will simply download everything for us. Our job is nothing but be in the space of Paramashiva and bring ourselves to the Paramashiva space to bring all the auspiciousness, abundance, knowledge, and much more to our life. When we do this collectively, it strengthens much more and more we can experience, especially in the courtyard, blessings of Swamiji, just after the satsang, after the initiation. He himself sits here and manifests all the reality for us. So sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva, Parashakti. Again and again, hold yourself as you are Paramashiva. You are the ultimate with 25 heads, 75 eyes, and 50 hands, alive. And more you dissolve. Don't get clutched with your thoughts and don't get clutched with your laptops or Facebook. Just move everything away. just be experiencing the Paramashiva in deep gratitude. And the quantum clearly says how you can mirror the quantum, and more you engage in the quantum space, that is watching this oneness capsule. Bhagavan is in deep samadhi in the quantum space. You will also mirror the same and start manifesting the powers. Again and again, when we chant the Mahavakya, the Panchakshara has so much of power, and all of us sitting together collectively chanting the Mahavakya intensely and dissolving into Bhagavan's lotus feet, vibrating with the Mahavakya with a deep listening. The more you listen, the more you vibrate with it. And chanting the Mahavakya intensely, and whatever gets downloaded, just keep writing. Don't keep judging or talking. Just indulge yourself completely. Soak yourself in the Mahavakya and surrender yourself to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Surrendering is dropping your identity. Nothing else. All that takes is how much you can drop yourself. Like how in the night you drop everything to go into that sleep. Right from the baby to the death, the only thing that we do and we are happy about doing continuously is the sleep, because we want to be in that Brahman. Same way, drop everything to be in Paramashiva space consciously and merge in Paramashiva, chanting the Mahavakya, and whatever gets downloaded, just make a note of that. Create so much of abundance, auspiciousness, healing space. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest
manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever you have experienced, please open your eyes and verify all the details with your partner or with Google. All that Bhagavan is showing us, the again and again, the conscious sovereignty, Paramashiva in us. It's so beautiful that if you recognize Paramashiva in all of them, understanding like each one is like a computer screen, and whatever is going on the computer screen, all are computers. Same way, all are Paramashiva, whatever going through in our life. Bhagavan says each one are so complicated and all are just like us, trying to figure out the conscious sovereignty. So seeing the Paramashiva space in others is what Paramashiva space in us. If you are able to see everyone as Paramashiva, you will recognize your Paramashiva space. That is the most beautiful thing. When you start recognizing everyone that they are also Paramashiva, but whatever delusion they got into, it is their delusion, it is not them. When you see them as pure consciousness, you will recognize your pure conscious space. When Bhagavan was asked how he is manifesting the powers of Sarvanitva, he takes the book and just scans and leaves it around. He says, I humbly surrender to the author of the book, and simply whatever is in the book just gets downloaded. And when Vivekananda was asked by the librarian when he took loads of books and returned in just few days, he just said, I humbly surrender to the book author and simply I can experience the oneness with the whole content in the book. When we understand that all this is possible when we drop our identity, which we think who we are, what we are, how we are, all that, instead drop everything as a dream and wake up to the Paramashiva space as all-knowing, all-powerful and self-effulgent and so many of auspiciousness that Paramashiva can bring to all of us. The higher science that is waiting to download in each of us as reality. Bhagavan says power manifestation is not trying to get something correct or something to achieve, but something to recognize. And he beautifully says the word recognize is recognize. And recognize that what you are into what you are originally, Paramashiva, the very nature, how you exist. And seeing everybody and knowing yourself, oh, this is done by Paramashiva, this is thought by Paramashiva, this action is experienced by Paramashiva. If you live as Paramashiva, talk as Paramashiva, experience everybody as Paramashiva, you become Paramashiva. And you become the eternal auspiciousness for yourself and others. We'll have one more cycle of power manifestation, Sarvajñatva, power, all-knowingness. You can write few questions or ask your partner to write few more questions. You can change your partner or you can write some of the things that you want to know. But be very clear, only the things which are already documented in the Google so that you can verify authentically. All this great science gets revealed in all the discoveries, invention. And when we ask how they manifested the powers, they say they go into the theta state, it just happened to them, the thought just happens. Even Ramanuja says, I don't know anything other than the God herself. She comes and tells, I write it down. The greatest mathematician, which we think we need the most logical mind, most intellect mind, but it is just a download. And when we understand everything as a download, the decisions is not required in our life. Thinking is not required in our life. only we need to reside in Paramashiva space, life runs much more smoothly, much more beautifully, brilliantly when we allow Paramashiva to manifest our intelligence, Paramashiva to manifest our reality. So let's experience, let's recognize Paramashiva space in all of us by chanting the Mahavakya intensely for few minutes, surrendering all that we know to Bhagwan's lotus feet again and again, and raising ourselves to Paramashiva space. Sit with 25 heads, 75 eyes and 50 hands, alive, and just keep chanting the Mahavakya with deep gratitude and deep devotion, and in deep oneness space, earning for that Paramashiva space simply will wake you up into the higher reality. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham,
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So beautiful. Whatever prasada that you have received, please share it in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. Again and again, we ask you to share every single day. The enriching and causing makes you easier to manifest more powers. The only thing which stops us from manifesting powers continuously is the reason why we are not experiencing the grounding with all these physical reality. Again and again we have doubts whether is this possible for me, can this happen? But writing down everything, Bhagavan says, every single day in your social media or in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation, again and again we are reiterating ourselves that we are Paramashiva and we are manifesting. When we go back or we see so many people posting, we recognize ourselves as Paramashiva. This is a simple exercise Bhagavan has given for us to recognize continuously the Paramashiva space in us. And if you see the $, you can contribute to Kailasa. All these great happenings that Bhagavan is showering on each of us again and again to make us understand when you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. Again and again, you can be in the conscious sovereignty, being in the gratitude and being in oneness, contributing to others' life continuously. That is the best and the easiest, most beautiful space that all the avatar come down to contribute in all of our lives. And he asks us to contribute in others' life to recognize our Paramashiva space. Others are nothing but our own extension. Each and every one of them are Paramashiva. When you recognize that, you will recognize Paramashiva space in you. When Ramana Maharshi was asked, who are the people who have come to eat? He would simply say, oh, Arunachala has come. Please feed them. He would only see all the people as Arunachala. Other than Arunachala, he has no recognition of anybody. Same way he recognized himself also as Arunachala. If you ask who is Ramana, he would point to a barrel and say, see, Ramana has put on that. Maybe that is Ramana. So he recognized his space through all of them. Contributing to others' life is the most beautiful space for us to recognize ourselves. So let's, with a deep gratitude to Bhagwan and all of you here sitting and manifesting collectively such a beautiful space, creating that oneness, collective integrity, with the deep gratitude and earning that Paramashiva to become existential reality, let's thank Bhagwan and end this session with the Purna Mantra. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Bring Paramashiva to your third eye and chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you after the next satsang or next darshan in Kailash Kotiyat. Nithyanandam.